We recreate the world by laying one sustainable brick at a time. We change our minds about what is possible, one thought, one word, one action at a time. We maneuver around despair by focusing on the little wins, the quality of our connections, and the blessing of second chances after we've made a mess of things. We have to live out our potential, our dreams, and our destinies one caring act at a time. Like our life depends on it, like our future is waiting for it, like it is what we were born to do. Anything that derails us from this aim doesn't deserve access to our days, nights, or rituals. Even if a mistake has been made, things have been broken, and we can't ever make right what went wrong, we owe it to ourselves and to each other to leave this cycle on a note that affirms our dignity, integrity, and potential. Let us go onward with copious amounts of care, courage, and commitment to showing up the best we can in all the ways we can. Before I go to my colleagues, I'd like to have my own remembrance and honor the life of Gloria Mendoza, who was a lifelong community advocate and some would say rebel rouser. Back in the days, she ardently spoke out against socioeconomic elitism in Santa Fe and supporting the underserved population. While I didn't agree in recent times on her approach to making her point of view known or some of her perspectives, if you dug deeper, you could see she was expressing at times what many people in the city have felt historically and currently ignored, cast aside, and forgotten. So I'd like to send comfort and strength to her family. Descanse en paz, Gloria Mendoza, que Dios que lo tenga en su gloria. Are there any other remembrances from governing body?
Thank you. I would also like to express condolences to the family of Gloria Mendoza, and I think her participation in our local democracy is an example of how democracy can work and how an example of First Amendment rights and just the showing of courage when maybe the issues weren't very popular, being able to come forward and express her opinions. And so condolences to the family. I'd also like to express condolences to the Santa Fe New Mexican and everybody who worked there. They lost a great colleague, Rob Dean, who was admired and revered by the community, but especially by the expressions of support for having known him and worked with him. And so I know the Santa Fe New Mexican is missing their colleague. I'd also like to express condolences to the family of Albuquerque City Councilor Ken Sanchez. He was a great statesman. He was a good friend of many friends of mine. And I think that his participation in all of the issues in the city, of that city, made a big difference for them. And I know that people who were very, very close to him gained a lot of expertise and knowledge and how to be a good statesman. So those are my expressions, and I wish condolences to all those families.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Also, condolences to the family of Gloria Mendoza. She was a good friend of the family, grew up in La Cienega where many of my family did, and just a great advocate for the people and traditions of Santa Fe, and she'll be missed. So condolences to the family.
Seeing none, let's take a moment of silence to honor those that we've lost. Thank you.
Thank you all. Could you please call the roll?
You bet. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Here. Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Here.
Counselor Vihel Coppler.
Here.
Counselor Villarreal.
Present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you. We need to approve the agenda. Can we get a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There are no items on the consent calendar tonight, so that's not relevant. We have to approve the minutes. We have two different minutes to look at. Regular City Council meeting of December 11. Are there amendments or changes? Yes, Councilor Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's start with page 12 of the notes. At the top, it says Councilor Villarreal was struggling with it. That whole paragraph was really not what I said. So I was going to just add that voting methods, it says, well, I'll read the sentence and try to add in what I think was missing. We do not want to increase city, we do want to increase city employee voting. However, all voting methods that we need to improve, such as automatic voter registration and for once you turn 18 and online voting, are under state control. We need to help young people get more interest or get interested in civic engagement and the importance of voting. And I would rather use this money to get them involved in I didn't say in school, so I don't know what it said, what you captured after that. And that's it for that one. Page 21 of the notes. If you go to the middle, it says, since the PUC meetings, she understood it would lead to a resolution on the pipeline, eventually lead to the resolution on the pipeline, but had hoped there was more public hearings and stakeholder meetings on how it affected them. And then also in the middle of the sentence, she asked what was hard to have the pipeline language inserted in this resolution and the need for the plan for 80 years. I believe I said when it was originally focused on the need for an 80-year water plan, which we weren't arguing about. And if you go to page 25, the vote for that item, Councilor Ives did not vote for it, for my motion, my amendment, but his name's included in that, so removal of Councilor Ives.
Good. And
I think one more on page 38, at the bottom, Councilor Villarreal reported as chair of the Community Development Committee that we heard this item several times and you gathered community input, and Mrs. Torres, not Mr. Torres, is in the audience, who was in the audience, had great input. That paragraph was incorrect, but I think at this point I'm just going to let most of it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Other changes to the minutes of that meeting? There a motion to adopt it as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. How about the governing body study session of December the 16th? Changes, amendments, fixes, corrections? If not, is there a motion to adopt those? Move to approve. Second? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There are no presentations. We are into our organizational session, and I think everybody up here has a sheet with the appointments on them. According to my city clerk advisor, the way it works is we start with the mayor pro tem appointment. That would be Councilor Lindell, and we need a motion to accept that appointment. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed, motion carries. Parliamentarian does not require a vote. Congratulations, Councilor Romero Worth. You are you are coming equipped. It's good. It's good. I'm glad to see that you are stepping into Councilor Ives's responsibilities with gusto. And then appointment of governing body members to committees. I think according to the city clerk, I can read these all out loud, and then we can have a motion to take them on as a slate. So I'll just read them relatively quickly, but clearly, so as not to rush over it. Finance Committee, Councilor Abeyta is chair, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Villarreal, and Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Public Works, CIP and Land Use, Councilor Rivera, chair, Councilor Vigil Koppler, Councilor Abeyta, Councilor Villarreal, and Councilor Garcia. Public Utilities Committee, Councilor Romero Worth, chair, Councilor Vigil Koppler, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Rivera, and Councilor Cassett Sanchez. I'd want to put a footnote there before I read any further, which is that we did in our last meeting of the year adopt a reconfiguration of these committees, but this is the working assignments pending the shift to that new structure. And that will happen, but it isn't ready yet to happen. Airport Advisory Board, Councilor Rivera. Bicycle Trails Advisory, Councilor Garcia. Buckman Direct Diversion, Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Vigil Koppler, and Councilor Lindell as an alternate. Community Development Commission, Councilor Villarreal as chair. Economic Development Advisory Committee, Councilor Vigil Koppler as chair. Mayor's Youth Advisory Board, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. North Central Regional Transit District, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Public Safety Committee, Councilor Villarreal. Regional Coalition of Lanel Communities, Councilor Garcia with Councilor Abeyta as...
Excuse me, Mayor. Councilor Rivera.
I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera. What did I say?
Yeah.
Oh, apologies. I was hallucinating. Councilor Rivera, chair. Councilor Regional Coalition of Lanel Communities, Councilor Garcia and Councilor Abeyta, alternate. The Extraterritorial Land Use Authority, I will take that responsibility. On the MPO Transportation Policy Board, I will be on that with Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Cassett Sanchez with Councilor Abeyta as the alternate. Santa Fe Water Conservation Committee, Councilor Romero Worth will chair. Solid Waste Management Joint Powers Board, SWAMA, Councilor Vigil Koppler, Councilor Abeyta, and Councilor Garcia. I think that is the sum of those appointments. Is there a motion to accept those?
Motion to approve committee appointments as read.
Correctly read.
As correctly read.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all for that. And as I said, we will be adjusting these going forward as we make those changes to the other structure, but I think we'll continue with this as the interim setup. Now we move to item number 12, which is Santa Fe Visitors Guide, and there are several segments to that. Mr. Randall, are you going to walk us through this, or is Jordan? Or both?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll take the lead, but I've got a bit of a cold, so my voice may give out, and Jordan will pick up for me. I think the memo is fairly explanatory as to the reason we need to make these changes to the contract with Bella Media to produce the visitor's guide. We were notified in late December that because of some changes with the printing that required prepayment of the printing, that Bella Media was not able to communicate or to handle that part of their contract. And so we bring this to you today. We did not take it through the two-committee process because of the urgency and the importance of getting this visitor's guide produced so that we can get it on the streets and use it to bring visitors into Santa Fe. There'll be no additional cost to the city with this change. We're just merely picking up where Bella Media left off, and we'll, with your approval, issue a purchase order for the guide. There were 3 bids done on the guide, so it fits within our procurement methods. And then we will bill for and receive the advertising revenues, and we will pay any outstanding expenses that have been identified on the production of the guide, and then any final proceeds will be split between the city and Bella Media. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, and Randy, just for clarification, we've got item A and item B on the docket. Do you want to take them both at the same time?
Thank you,
We'll vote
Mr.
on them separately, but perhaps we could address them together.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item A would be the amendment to the contract with Bella Media, which would put us in charge of the production at this point and give us the authority to print the brochure, bill for and collect the advertising, and make the payments. It just shifts the responsibility from this point forward for the production of this year's Visitor's Guide from Bella Media to the city. And item B would be approval of a contract with publication printers out of Denver. That was the low bid on the printing, to go ahead and allow them to start the presses running. And if we do get this approval, they can get it printed and in our hands in about 10 days. So we expect to have the brochure by the end of January at the latest, with a little bit of luck, maybe before.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Randall and/or his team? Yes, Councilwoman.
I have some questions about the bid process. That was not in the memo that they had gone to bid and that we had gone through the regular procurement process. When was this bid placed, and when were people able to bid on it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, it actually was, because it was done by Bella Media versus the city, it was not put out as a request for proposal or an open bid. He did obtain 3 bids, and there really are just a limited number of printers that can do the volume that we need for this size brochure. So we have the 3 bids, but it was not an open bid process.
So my understanding is then that Bella was the one that did the bidding, but after they were unable to fulfill the contract, we did not put out a bid. So we're basically going off of Bella's bid process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is correct.
And is that legal in terms of our bid and procurement processes?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, I was not involved in this particular one, but I can look further into it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor.
Our office has signed off on it.
Yes, Marcos from the office has signed off on the process that we went through. And frankly, if we had to open it up for new bidding, it would delay the brochure at least 45 days, possibly 60, which would be very detrimental to our tourism efforts.
Can you explain to me what the detriment would be to our tourism efforts?
This brochure, we print 350,000 copies of this brochure. It is the primary print fulfillment piece that we provide to the public when they ask for information about Santa Fe. We're out of the 2019 brochures. I think we've got 500 left at this point. And there's a need for an immediate distribution through Certified, which is a company that puts our brochure in the regional market, Texas, Denver, and Arizona. They need 25,000 within the next 30 days to get our brochure out. The problem would be that we will literally end up quiet. We'll have no voice in this print sector for the period of time that it would be delayed on the brochure.
Okay, so that's the concern, is that if we are quiet, I'm assuming that means we're worried that we'll lose tourism revenue?
We'd never be able to replicate it with and without, but absolutely.
And then I also understand that currently, who is it? It's Publication Printers. They do not have a business license with the city. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is correct. They've made application.
And so about how long do we believe there will be until we receive, or they're approved?
I expect that they'll have a license early next week.
So we're looking at about 15 days, and you were saying about 10 days until they could complete the order for us?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, what my intent was once we get, if and when we get authorization by the governing body to proceed with this, we'd go ahead and issue a PO. Any payment to Publication Printers would be subject to them having a current business license, to not further delay it. Time is of the essence on this.
Well, so that's what I'm asking, is that by waiting for a business license, that's also, so that is dependent on how long it'll take for us to get these brochures.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I think we could avoid the wait for the business license if, again, the requirement was that no payment could be made to Publication Printers without having a business license, current business license in place. That would allow them, if there is a delay on issuing the business license, to go ahead and start the print process.
No further questions at this time.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah, Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any sanctions or anything in the contract with Bella Media for not complying with the terms of their original contract? Or is it okay for them to just sign out?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that's a really good question. There are no sanctions because there's actually no payment being made by the city to Bella Media for completion of their contract. So it's not like we could withhold any payments or penalize them in any way. You will note that in the original, you may note in the original contract, the city shared in 20% of any excess proceeds of the production of the brochure. And in the revised contract, there's a 50-50 sharing of the proceeds. So Bella Media is giving up 30% of any proceeds in return for us, for the effort we're putting into this to complete it.
City Attorney, you wanted to weigh in for 1 second here?
Just following up on the earlier question from Councilor Cassett Sanchez, we looked into this a little bit further, or I looked into it further, and printing, well, so printing is exempt in certain circumstances, but this is a form of advertising, and purchases of advertising and all types of media are exempt from the procurement code, and so I did clarify that that's how this was considered.
Thank you very much.
So actually, by getting 3 bids, we went beyond our obligations under the procurement code.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, are we not, after this is done, are we not under contract with Bella Media anymore? Or do we still have things we're under contract with them for?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the decision of how we proceed with next year's 2021 visitor guide hasn't been made yet. Our focus has been on trying to get this one produced.
I recall, though, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I recall reading that, am I correct, that they are in their 3rd year of a 4-year contract? So are there other things that need to be performed other than printing and delivery?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, no. It would just be producing the 2021 brochure would be the 4th year. And, but we can use the cancellation clause within the contract to cancel it. We haven't had that discussion with Bella Media, whether they feel that they will be in a different position next year to be able to complete this guide.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good questions.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Randall. I just have a quick question on the advertising revenues. So is it incumbent upon us now to collect those?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes, it is. A letter has already gone to the advertisers confirming their participation in the brochure with an invoice for the amounts that are due. If there were any questions on any of the advertising over the past week and a half between Jordan and myself, we've reached out to many of the advertisers just to reconfirm their commitment to the brochure, because we could still remove them from the brochure before we pull the lever on printing. And in fact, we found there was an ad that had been requested that was not actually in the brochure, so we were able to add an additional ad, which is going to add another $8,000 to the total amount due.
So what's the, and you may not know this off the top of your head, but what's the total that we'll bring in advertising?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, there's about $190,000 outstanding at this point.
Okay.
A small amount's been collected, but 190.
We feel pretty good that we're going to be able to collect that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I really do, because if someone were to, and I think it's important that we as a city collected the advertising, because if a potential advertiser, or if an advertiser felt that the person that they were buying this from was in a little bit of financial trouble, they might try to not pay it. But if they don't pay us, the city, we have several things we can do, and one would be that they couldn't be in the brochure again next year. These people are in the brochure because it brings business to their doors.
Okay, I just wanted to talk about that we have to do that and that it is a sizable amount of money. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Who else wants to ask a question? No further questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
On the item A, we got to do these individually. So item A,
I'm not at the item A part, Mayor.
Item A
Thank
is
you.
Bella Media.
Okay, I'll
new
move
con.
to approve Amendment 1 to the professional service agreement between the city and Bella Media.
Second.
okay, could you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera. Yes. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. Item B is a contract with Publication Printers Corp. in an amount not to exceed $105,000 excluding GRT. Is there a motion regarding that?
move to approve.
Is there a second?
Move to approve contract with Publication Printers in the amount not to exceed $105,000.
Second.
We have a second. Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal, Counselor.
Yes. Sorry.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Randall. Thank you, Mr. Gunther. Item number 13 is a request for approval of contract services using RFB number 20/08B for earthwork. This is airport related. Yes, sir.
Hi, Kurt Temple at the Regional Airport.
Maybe you could just quickly tell us what this means to you.
Well, this comes about by a letter from the FAA that we received for our runway safety area on the runway 20 approach. It is not within the design limits of 5% for a runoff of an aircraft. If it overshoots the runway, it's goes kind of into a ravine type, a little bit stiffer where it would damage the aircraft. All the other runways that we have the RSA on them. This one's been there for many years, from what I hear from Mark, but an inspector finally looked at it and said, hey, you are not in compliance, and we're about to look at some fines if we do not get this taken care of immediately.
Okay.
So this was an emergency situation that we went out for bid. We received 2 bids, well below the engineer's estimate because of the dirt work that's needed there, and that's what we're requesting.
Thank you. Are there questions? Counselor Rivera. Oh, you want to go first, Counselor Lindell? You're up.
thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions on this. I guess it's almost impossible for me to just accept that an engineer, that the bid came in under what $300,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars from what the engineer had projected it might be. How is it so far off?
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, one of the reasons why is because the amount of dirt that we have out there, we have a lot of extra dirt that was not known about at the original bid. When the engineer went out there and looked at it, they were looking at it, bringing in dirt from another site. So the cost would have been quite a bit higher for them to bring in the amount of dirt that we needed out there. We've identified areas out there on the airport where they can borrow the dirt from to move into this area, and that's why the cost came out so much lower when we went out for the pre-construction meeting and showed the bidders where all the dirt would be taken from.
Have we worked with Sparling Construction?
To my knowledge, no, not in the city that I know of right now. They've done some work on the airport for the 2 new hangars that are out there. The large hangars right when you first come in, they've done some work for that company that built those. Those are private hangars, but other than that, I do not know of any other work that they've done for the city.
Who's going to be the project manager on this?
Well, the project managers would be myself and Mark Baca, the manager at the airport, but we would be overseeing it, and then the Molson Corbin, or Corbin would be providing a construction manager to come out and check for all the compaction tests and everything.
Are their fees already, where are their fees in this?
Their fees are in our, I believe they're in our other contract, aren't they, Mark, with the design? Yes, they're with the design contract that we had approved for this, for them to go ahead and do the design.
So they weren't the engineering company that that projected a $950,000 fee on this?
Yes, that was the same. Molson Corbin is the ones that came up with the original fee on the design on this.
They've done a lot of work for us out there, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
It seems odd to me that they wouldn't know what was on site there, and that we have this kind of discrepancy in figures. I mean, these are hundreds of thousands of dollars of discrepancy with an engineering company that's out there a lot and has been for some years, and a construction company that we don't really have any experience with. This contract concerns me some.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Adele, if I may, alluding to what Kurt said earlier, they were looking at using engineer fill, basically bringing it up to pavement standards, and that's why the estimate was so high. Design standards for a runway safety area were a lot lower. They were lowered last year in one of the ACs, which is an advisory circular that the FAA puts out. So with that information, when we finally found that and we got it approved by the FAA as far as the design, we were able to use this other dirt that we have out there that meets the requirements to get the compaction that we need for the runway safety area. Sparling Construction.
Wouldn't they know what those standards were?
This is a new advisory circular that just came out at the beginning of the year. This project started initially when we first started going for funding at the end of last year. So this is just a new design standard that came out. Once it came out, we were able to put that into the bid, and that's when the numbers changed.
I'll yield, Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mark. I had the same question and got into this with much of the airport staff, but I'm also under the impression that some of the dirt came from 2 of the new hangars that you talked about earlier that are being built.
Yes, sir. So we had 2 new hangars that were built just there on the north end where we need the dirt for the runway. They over-excavated, in order to bring in engineer fill to put their buildings on and their slabs, which is a much more stringent design. The dirt that they took out, we had tested, and we were able to use it. What they did basically was stockpile it right next to the runway. So by using scrapers and blades, they're not going to have the trucks driving in and out actually delivering the dirt to the site. So it's going to expedite the excavation and the placement of the dirt by using the earth movers, the scrapers, and the blades.
All right, thanks. And just of note to everyone, PUC approved these at last night's meeting, both items 13, or all three, 13, 14, and 15, and the sheets are on your desk. So they were approved by PUC.
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, we'll go to Counselor Abeyta next, and then Counselor Garcia.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to, so I understand, we're actually saving money because we're able to use this dirt.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, yes, sir. We are actually saving almost upwards of $300,000.
Okay, and so I guess a concern that I would have though is, and I won't have it if you answer this question. You feel confident that with all your experience and your involvement in this project that we will actually see this savings, and we're not going to see a change order or something come before us saying, "Oh, we were wrong. We can't use the dirt now, so it's going to go back up to $900,000."
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, I am 100% confident both in the contractor, seeing how they've done the work out there, and that this dirt does meet the criteria. We did have it tested, the engineer did have it tested, and it meets the requirements for the compactions necessary.
That's good enough for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Kurt and Mark. So I say that this work on the runway is the last item of the safety inspector's requested corrective actions. Were there any recommendations that they made as well? That way we're being proactive and we're not having to be put in emergency situations. That way we're just not having to rush through things. So was there anything that the inspector said, look, this is what you can do to improve your airport and possibly not see corrective actions in the future?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, yes, we've been in constant communication with him over the years. This particular runway safety area is actually natural terrain. When we received our Part 139 certificate, which is our license to operate as a commercial airport, this was just one of the oversights, not only by previous airport managers, but by safety inspectors as well. We go through a 3-year rotation, and this particular inspector hasn't been out to the airport, and these are the ones that found it. They did notice a lot of other things as far as our markings. They kind of gave us an idea. I'm working on a pavement plan and a marking plan in order to, get away from these emergencies, if you will, that have been coming to you guys. I'm trying to alleviate that stuff by just day-to-day maintenance. We procured striping machines. We've got training for our airport maintenance staff in order to touch up all these areas that we need to as far as our pavement markings, our pavement management. We're working on a plan for that. So moving forward through their advice and working with the engineer on record, we're coming up with a pretty good plan that I think we're going to avoid a lot of these emergency situations.
Great, because I do want us to make sure that we're being proactive, and especially since we're looking at improving our airports should be successful, and the legislative outlay plan we put, we want to ensure that we have a top quality airport. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Counselor Cassett-Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that this is our busiest runway, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sanchez, yes, it is.
Okay. During construction, is there going to be any disruption to service? And if so, is there going to be a plan to mitigate that disruption?
Good question. There will not be, we don't anticipate any interruption into service. What we'll be doing is actually closing runway 20 from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We do have a secondary runway. That secondary runway is capable of handling the landings and takeoffs of the aircraft that we currently have. During inclement weather, if we do get some inclement weather, some snow, where we do need our instrument landing system, chances are the contractor won't be able to work anyway, but we'll be able to keep runway 20 open and have our landing systems providing a safer, longer runway as far as for the commercial service. So we don't anticipate any major delays or cancellations of aircraft.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mayor, I'll move for approval.
Or second? Second. Okay, could we call the roll?
Garcia.
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Don't go away. Item number 14.
I'm here all night.
You're like the airport.
Yeah. So this is a request of an acceptance of a grant from the New Mexico State Aviation Division in the amount of $80,000 to fund the design of a new electrical vault and prison approach path indicator, which is another landing device or navigational aid that the pilots need. And the grant will be for we have a electrical system right now that is kind of antiquated, so what we're trying to do is move into the future, into the green. We're actually going with LEDs. So the constant current regulators that we currently have they're not as energy efficient as what we want to put in with this new system. We're also moving a power line from the parking lot that's currently inside. It's right in the middle of our parking lot, which we could use like 2 or 3 more spaces, as you all know. We're actually moving the switchgear from there down to the electrical vault, making everything a lot more clean.
Are there questions on this item?
Mayor, I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay, could you call the roll, please?
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you.
Is approved.
Item number 15.
And this one here is a request for approval of a bar. The bar is for the RFB 2002-B for the new construction of our main taxiway Delta, and including the taxiway lighting. The construction services will be through Albuquerque Asphalt Incorporated. You guys have already approved the contract and accepted the grant. This was an oversight on my part. I did not include the bar inside the packet, so I'm coming back now asking for permission to move the money so I can spend it.
God bless you. Is there questions about this item? Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Could we call the roll?
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank
You very much, and
Thank you, Mark.
welcome new counselors. We'll see you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's keep moving on the airport. Good work. Keep moving. Keep it going. Item number 16 regards the requirement that we annually repeal and adopt a different open meetings procedure. Maybe City Attorney, you could quickly explain why we're doing this.
Sure.
There's no ambiguity that we are doing away with our open meetings requirements.
That's right, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Every year, bodies that are subject to the Open Meetings Act are required to enact an annual requirement for our notice of all of our public committees. So all of our committees that follow the Open Meetings Act will have a 72-hour notice period pursuant to this resolution, which is the same as what we have been doing in the prior years. This resolution largely reflects what we passed last year. Last year's added the section on emergency and some other things that weren't in it previously.
Questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Please call the roll.
Yes. Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you very much. We move to item number 17. And this is a resolution in support of the appropriation of funds by the legislature for New Mexico-grown fresh fruits and vegetables for school and senior meals and programs. And Gino is here to speak to it.
Mr. Mayor, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Councilors,
Nice haircut.
thank you. You noticed. I decided to come with a new look. Reinvented Gino again. We're asking for your support of a resolution that basically supports the New Mexico legislators' efforts to procure or secure funding for New Mexico-grown food and vegetables, fresh fruits and vegetables, and education and whatnot for senior programs as well as the schools. And that's pretty much the resolution at this point.
Thank you. We have 3 sponsors. I don't know if any of you want to speak to the, let's let the sponsors have a first crack. We have Councilors Lindell, Villarreal, and Rivera have all sponsored this. I don't know if you want to say anything before we open the floor to questions, but Councilor Lindell does.
This is a project that previously Councilor Villarreal brought this forward with us. It's been successful and a good project, and I'm happy to have my name on it with it this year.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
I just wanted to request that I be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
Please call the roll, please.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gino. Item number 18 actually relates to your area of expertise, Gino. It's a resolution urging the legislature to repeal the state tax on Social Security benefits for seniors. The import of this is fairly straightforward. We are one of few states that tax the Social Security benefits of our seniors. I think the intent here is to, if the council agrees, to put us on record as suggesting that it would be more friendly to our seniors not to tax their Social Security benefits, which are frequently their sole means of support when they are dealing with scarce income, and yet we tax their benefits. I don't know if anybody has any questions. It's pretty, I think, straightforward.
Move for approval.
Second?
Please call the roll.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera.
Sorry, on discussion of that, I was meaning to get together with Jesse and see if the maker of the motion and the second would be amenable to striking on page 2 of the resolution, line 13. I believe only to have a portion of those benefits siphoned away by the state is a little bit of a cheap shot and really ask against the group that we're asking to really turn this around. So if the maker of the motion and the second would take that as a friendly amendment to strike that portion, so have a period after Social Security.
Yes, unless you're one of the original sponsors.
That's fine.
We're not trying to make enemies here, Councilor. You're right.
Thank you.
So we have an amended resolution in a more friendly resolution, and we have a motion and we have a second. Any other discussion? Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Counselor Villarreal.
Yes, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes, and if you'd add me as a co-sponsor, and I appreciate that considering age, no one asked me to recuse myself.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And Councilor Rivera, thank you for the editing, gentle editing. Item number 19 is a request for approval to publish notice of public hearing. Perhaps you could come to the microphone. I don't know, Councilor Villarreal, if you want to speak to this, or if we should get a quick briefing from you.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, basically, we have not been up to date with our building code updates for some time. And so this is just to get up to date with the state codes. And then there's a few other little amendments that had to be made because the Uniform Plumbing Code changed a chapter. So we had to change the chapter references to those edits that we had. That's basically it.
Questions?
In that case, I'll move to approve.
Please call the roll.
Councillor Baker.
Just a point of order, we're just approving the public hearing on
That
this.
is
We're not
correct.
approving the substance.
We are
Just
requesting,
so we're all clear.
we're approving the request to publish. Well played, parliamentarian. So with that understanding, can we call the roll?
Councillor Beta.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell. Yes. Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you. We have a similar request for approval to publish notice of a public hearing. We're going to have a busy January 29th. Please be aware. And this has to do with hearing officer appointment.
Move for approval.
Wait, we have a Vihel Coppler question from the counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is, I understand in reading it, the reasons why perhaps a district judge wouldn't appoint the hearing officer. And I guess the reason is because maybe they wouldn't want to. But I wonder if the city manager is the correct person to appoint the hearing officer, because there may not be enough arm's length. And I thought in my mind, well, maybe the municipal judge might be the person who could appoint the hearing officer. But I guess my concern is that we do have a separation, checks and balances in the appointment of a hearing officer. Originally, I didn't have a problem with a district judge being asked to appoint a hearing officer, because they do it all the time for different cities on different matters that we as a city often never see. But I know they're accustomed to doing so, but if that's not the pleasure of this group, I still think it's important to have an arm's length, and I think the city manager is way too close to the situation. So I just want to make that known.
Okay. Are there other comments or questions? Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. So this, in essence, is the STOP program, and I know this is just the notice to publish, but as we're going through this, I think it needs to be clearer than this title, that this is really for the STOP program. I think people want to weigh in, they need to weigh in, and we need to make it as clear as possible that that's what this program is for and these changes are for. So if we can keep that in mind going forward as this makes it through the committee process, that it's important to so many people out there, and I think we need to be as transparent as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, again.
Thank you, Mayor. I did forget to mention, I had the same concern. Even as I looked at this, I thought, oh, that's what this is. So my comment here written down was that the caption of this item seems to be disguised. And I think it's important, as Councilor Rivera pointed out, that the public really understands that this is going to be the matter at hand for the public hearing. And as he alluded to, and I have experienced, I've received many phone calls from constituents, many emails about this matter, both ways. So I just want to be sure the public sees it, recognizes it, and then makes a decision whether or not they want to appear to testify.
City Attorney McSherry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on that point, Councilor, if the caption should be amended to give better notice, we should do it now, because this is our opportunity to do so. So we could add a parenthetical after the section and put the STOP program in quotations or something like that, because this is our opportunity to tell the public what the hearing will be about. So I would recommend that the governing body make that change in this decision. And then this won't be enacting or not enacting the STOP program, just to clarify that. This is just 2 amendments to the existing ordinance. So the STOP program exists, and if we were not to make these changes, it exists, and no changes would need to happen. The concern, I did ask for the change, or propose the change on the hearing officer, because we have no jurisdiction over the district court. So if the district court just declined to give us a hearing officer, we would have no way to remedy that situation. So as to who should make the appointment within the city, that's certainly up to the governing body. But as to taking it to be within the city's jurisdiction, I do highly make that recommendation. Otherwise, our program will be non-functional if we can't get a hearing officer.
May I ask what your opinion is about the municipal judge appointing a hearing officer?
Mr. Weber, Councilor Villa-Coppler, there's no legal concern as to who within the city.
Then when would it be appropriate to make that amendment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villa-Coppler, so either during committee or during the governing body discussion of the merits of the
During the
bill.
public hearing,
Right.
either place?
Right.
Okay, thank you. I would ask...
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I guess the clerk just notified me that it does say city manager in the caption itself, so
Right.
perhaps we also make that more generic in the caption as to who would make the appointment.
Couldn't that be amended, though, when it's amended at committee or the governing body?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, it would be preferable if it's in the caption itself and we're publishing that caption. I would recommend that we do try not to change the substance to deviate from the caption. It would be best.
And Mayor, do we ever do relating to? Can it say at the very beginning relating to the STOP program and then amending section 24-4.3? I mean, that's then pretty clear.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that
would
is
take
fine.
care of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to make a motion to amend it to relating to the STOP program, yada, yada.
And just on a point of order, Mayor, we don't have a motion on the table, so we have not a motion to amend yet.
I just made it.
Oh,
Oh, you made a motion.
oh, you made the motion
That's
to pass
right, you
already?
did.
Okay,
You did.
great. So this is a motion to amend the main motion.
Okay, so we need to vote on the amendment and then the main motion. So we have an amendment to the title,
Second.
okay? Is that a
So
voice
now,
vote?
yeah, so now we need to vote on the amendment
To the title,
to the title.
right.
Point of clarification, can we read it the way it should be read, or so we all understand what it's going to say?
Sure. As I understand it, what was proposed was that we would begin the title by saying, in effect, relating to the STOP program,
Semicolon.
semicolon or comma, and ordinance amending section, so on and so forth.
Mayor, for clarification then, can we also consider amending the word city manager to municipal judge?
And Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend
That's a-
we say a city actor.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've come to-
Otherwise, that's a substantive change.
Yeah.
In a,
We can certainly say that a city actor, and then in the course of the committee and adoption process, decide who that is.
Is that term defined? City actor?
Mr. Mayor.
All actors at one point or another.
Well, it
Councilor
leaves-
Vieira-Coppler, the district clerk is a state actor, so I think that would be the distinction.
Can we just take the actor out and say amending section 24-4.3 to provide for the appointment of a hearing officer instead of the presiding judge of this, for an alternative hearing officer or another hearing officer instead of the presiding judge?
Well, the presiding judge isn't the hearings officer.
Mr. Mayor, I think your suggestion of provide that the city appoints the hearing officer instead of the presiding judge of the Civil Division of District Court would work.
Yeah.
And then we can decide who.
All right, well, I would just like it to be known that that's what I recommend down the line in whatever process unfolds with this, for the same reasons I noted before.
Duly noted. So we have an amended title, and we have a motion on the table to amend the title per the recommendation.
And a second.
And a second to that amendment. Can we take action?
We'll do a voice vote on the amendment to the title.
And then a
And then we'll take
roll
a
call
roll
on
call
the
on the
item.
main motion.
All right, all in favor of the title as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that amended title passes. Now we have a motion on the floor for the adoption of the entire notice as amended.
Ready? Counselor Cassett Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal?
Yes, for the publishing of this for public hearing.
Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you.
Yes.
Nice job. That brings us to item 21, and another request to publish. This would alter the language of our Arts Commission to establish it as the Arts and Culture Department. Pauline Kamiyama is here, the director. If you want to speak to this for a minute, that'd be great. I don't think your mic's on. Now it is.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much. Very happy to be here. This is actually part of a lot of work that the community has done and you as councilors, and also through Culture Connects, it's to establish us as a department of the city. It really sets a precedence and a statement how important that arts and culture is to the city. We've been really flourished greatly under tourism. However, it's a really great opportunity for us to further grow and also to seek additional funding as a separate entity away from tourism. So we're really pleased about this.
Questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler?
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal?
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Okay. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez?
Yes.
And Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. We are publishing a lot of public hearing notices. The next one, item number 22, involves a sale of Santa Fe Clay Building. And Rich, are you going to open this up for us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'd respectfully like to invite my interim staff asset development manager, Kevin Kellogg, and our lessor at the rail yard, Richard Chosky. They will speak to this matter. The requests are published, and they'll be able to articulate any questions and answer them for you. Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, welcome to the new council members. Do you need a presentation, or is everybody ready with questions?
You might remind us just quickly what the top line subject matter is and how it's framed for us. And this is, we're not voting on the sale or anything tonight. We're talking about publishing the notice for a public hearing. But it might be useful to just describe what's on the table, and maybe Richard has some other details to add to the discussion.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item in question here, which will be heard also at Finance Committee and City Council later on this month, is the sale of the improvements of the warehouse building that was formerly occupied by Santa Fe Clay. This building sits upon leased land that is leased to the Santa Fe Community Rail Yard Corporation, and but the city owns the shell improvements. So we in working with the selected tenant of the site, worked with them to through the development of their project to sell the improvements on the site so that they could move forward with their project.
Richard, do you have anything to add, or do you just want to take questions at this point? Please step up. I didn't mean to cut you off at all.
Good evening, and welcome to our two new counselors. Look forward to working with you. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background about how we got to this place, because I feel it's salient to the to the question. So in 2017, Santa Fe Clay was sold to new operators. In the 2 years from 17 to 19, the way they ran the business resulted in the business not being viable anymore. So they moved out I got the space back in August of this year. So they were in default on their lease. I sure wish Santa Fe Clay would have been successful. They're a longtime tenant, but it didn't work out that way. So in July, and even before July, we started advertising the property on our website. We put up signs, and we established an asking rate, which included the building and the land, because this is a little bit unusual, because in this case, the land and the building is leased to us under the master lease. Typically in the rail yard, we have the ground, but the buildings are privately owned and developed. There's about 6 buildings that the city owns in the rail yard. This is one of them. So this building is physically attached to the El Museo Cultural building. It's about 10,000 feet. El Museo is about 30,000 feet. And then there is the attendant ground leases under each of those parcels. So we proceeded in the way we normally do. I showed the building, I don't remember exactly how many, more than a dozen times to various people. I took many, many phone calls. And the way it works is I may talk to 100 people before I get to a lease deal that's going to actually happen. So one of the parties that called me about this building was Chris Axtell with Luna Capital. And I had been working with Chris and his team because they bought the Market Station building next door. And we're the landlord on that, of course, on the ground. So we had a great deal of dealings with Luna. And as the process went along, Luna indicated that they were willing to pay the asking rate that we had published for the ground and the building. They proceeded with meeting with our board and discussing the possible use for the building. At one point, it was discussed that they would want to demolish the building. So I went back and of course, I have a long history with this project, and in 2010, City Council approved demolition of this building because at that point in time, we thought the building was going to have to come down to make way for the new cinema. Well, consequently, we were able to secure Violet Crown. We did not need to demolish the building, so it stayed in place. I will add that in the City Council approval and all the discussions with the city in 2010, there was no discussion about any compensation for the building. So just as a point of reference, the only condition that was put upon that approval was that the replacement building would need to come before council after it went to Planning Commission. There were no other conditions. So as the process went along with Luna, they determined that they found that they could use the building as is without tearing it down. So as is a bit of a stretch. I should just say they could use the shell of the building because everything inside would have to come down. And that building was occupied by Santa Fe Clay for approximately 20 years. So in terms of code compliance, they were grandfathered on a great many codes. And the building was in place much as it exists today before we built the rail yard, before we put the streets, the roads, the infrastructure in. It's a 1950s warehouse that's largely unchanged. So the process wherein we were ready to enter into a lease with Luna was no different than the process that we normally follow. We find a tenant with an acceptable use and acceptable financials who is willing to pay the rental rate that we've asked on the project, we enter into a lease with them. So that's the context. As the process went along, Luna determined that given the amount that they would have to borrow to invest in the building, which round numbers is $2 million at least. And Mr. Axtell can tell me if that's any different, but that's the number we've been working with. It was difficult for them to go borrow that much money and spend it on a building they didn't own. So it was a financing issue. So we don't own the building. SFRCC does not have the authority to sell the building. We said, if you want to buy the building, you need to go talk to the city, because you would have to work out whatever financial arrangements you need to with the city. The building would consequently, if the city approves the sale, the improvements would be taken out of our leasehold by amendment to the lease and management agreement. So it would be a privately owned building. We would still have a ground lease, which is a significant annual cost, because our job is to maximize revenue on the property, and Luna was willing to pay the ground rent that we quoted. So in a nutshell, that's the background. The process about selling the building, I can't really speak to because it's a city process, but it started as a lease like all the other transactions did. Right.
I would remind everybody, we're not actually having the hearing tonight.
Sorry.
This is a discussion so that we can have an intelligent vote on whether or not to publish the notice, but I appreciate the context so that we have a feel for what the hearing will be when it's time for a hearing.
Thank you.
Are there questions or at this point, or do we know enough to move this toward a hearing? Yeah, Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor, and you can rule me out of order if this question isn't appropriate, but the begging question for me is, if the city wanted to sell this property, and it's, make no mistake, it's a downtown property, why didn't we sell it or offer it for sale to the general public and see what the market would bear? I don't know why we didn't do that. Is there a reason?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, the Rail Yard Corporation is under contract with the city to market and find lessees and lessors and occupants and uses and development for the rail yard. So they take the lead in that. The sale is a consequence of putting the development process together. And so in other words, the way we market in the rail yard is not to decide we want to sell this building, we're going to go out to an RFP, because that responsibility is given to the Rail Yard Corporation through the lease and management agreement. So in other words, it already went through a competitive process to determine the user and the ground lease and so forth. It's not a competition or a RFP or a bid to buy the land. That remains under the auspices of the Rail Yard Corporation.
Okay, I understand that. It seems rather limiting, though. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we should know then. I don't know the mechanism for which they really put it out there. I'm familiar with our multiple listing service and really putting something out there.
I'm going to ask Richard to answer this question.
And,
Mr. Mayor.
And I only ask this question because $150,000 for even the shell downtown, to me, is not, I think, what the market would bear.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, there's two questions there.
Yeah.
So let me clarify first which one you would like to answer. One is a question about how is it marketed. The second is a question, how did we arrive at the value?
I know how
I
you
understand.
arrived at the value because I saw the appraisal.
Okay. So would you...
I would want to know,
how can we answer the
well,
question?
I guess I want to know how much of an outreach we really did through the Rail Yard Company to get this out there. And that may explain whether we did a good job about it or not.
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Richard to answer this.
And I think, we can obviously dig into this much more deeply as we get through the process of the public hearing, but while we're at it, let's get some more context about the questions that are on council members' minds about the nature of outreach. And you mentioned you had had a number of people looking at the property. Why don't you speak to that a little bit more?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, we don't sell buildings, so the outreach to sell the building didn't occur from us because we don't own the building. We don't have the authority to sell the building. As I said earlier, this started as a lease transaction. It's important to remember that there's this is for the improvements only, not the
I understand.
ground. And the ground lease is approximately $65,000 a year. If you factor that into your financial equation, that significantly impacts the value of the improvements. So did we market the building for sale? No, because we don't have that authority. That's not what we do. So the process for leasing the building is much like any other real estate transaction. Somebody came to us willing to accept our asking price under the terms we dictated. We were proceeding with the transaction. The fact that Luna has requested to purchase the building is a separate activity outside of what we do.
Thank you.
But we'd be glad to lease them the building if the sale doesn't work out, because we already have a handshake on that deal.
Well, just to explain my rationale or reasoning behind the question is, are we really serving the taxpayer by not getting enough outreach on a prime property downtown, regardless of if you don't own the ground? That's somewhat typical. I'm in real estate. I know there's several properties around this city where people don't own the ground that they live on, but that doesn't stop anyone from paying to live downtown or have a commercial business downtown. And that's just the background of my question. I want to make sure that we are, the city's getting its bang for the buck. You know, we've got to represent our taxpayers here. And if we're selling a prime piece of property, I think we ought to get the best we can for it, especially when you look at the assessor's value of this property, which is more than twice the amount that you're getting. And that you can say anything you want about the assessor's office, but in my business, properties are usually assessed much lower than what they really are valued in the marketplace. But I know we got to tone that down a bit, and I'll just stop there, but you understand my line of...
Yeah, I think it's an interesting and slightly complicated proposition, because it was not as if the city said, let's go sell the building, and it's not as if the Rail Yard Corporation said, let's go put a package together to sell with the city. This is an evolving relationship that turned from a pretty standard lease arrangement into, well, the financing of the improvement doesn't work if you are doing it as a standard lease. So what if we then pivoted with this same interested party and had a different business arrangement? We didn't RFP it's not as if the city said, well, let's go start selling off this asset. We had a different evolution of the process. So you get that. It's why it doesn't quite fit neatly into a let's have an RFP or let's have a lease arrangement. All of which will be explored in even more depth between now and the time that we get to vote on this. Councilor Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to understand the procedure of this, and I appreciate Richard's perspective and history. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why do we then are moving forward in an ordinance form before the city markets the property, the building, excuse me. I guess I'm trying to figure out why are we moving forward with the sale when, like my colleague mentioned, that there may be other potentials now that we know that we have this opportunity. So And I guess it's more procedurally, why are we doing an ordinance now versus doing, kind of putting it out to the market first? Or maybe you have, I'm not sure.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, as discussed, the rail yard is a unique property in Santa Fe. It operates a little differently than other commercial real estate or other city real estate that we RFP, for example, the campus where we own it all. This is delegated from the city to the Rail Yard Corporation to find users, developers, occupants, and operators of businesses to lease land in the rail yard. And typically, for the most part, Richard can tell us the percentage, but the vast majority of the properties and uses in the rail yard are privately owned on leased land. So this is an anomaly in that it's a very old, almost 70-year-old building, predating and it's a remnant from the past, and it's unusual for the rail yard that we own an improvement on the land. So the whole leasing and strategy runs through the rail yard, through their advertising program, and as you heard, they got plenty of users in to bid and look at the property and
As a lease, though.
As a lease, yes.
So I guess, and because it's an anomaly, that's why I felt like I didn't quite understand this process, why we're seeing an ordinance versus...
Well, that's a procedural issue. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. It's our rules require us to sell city property requires an ordinance in order to effectuate that transaction.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify that, it's a state statute that for municipalities selling or in certain circumstances leasing requires an ordinance.
Thank you for the clarity.
I think, let me see if I can add one other component, and then maybe we can move along. But it strikes me that part of what makes this a little bit more of a hybrid is that it's not as if the city is out issuing an RFP to sell a piece of land or a piece of property or an improvement. What's happened is the Rail Yard Corporation has teed up a deal. We have it within our power to say we don't like the deal, and nothing happens. We don't have, at the moment, the authority, because of the relationship with the Rail Yard Corporation, to say we're going to substitute our own lessor, leasee. That's your job. That's not our job. So we can, if we don't like this, we can say we don't like this. But we're not being asked to come up with our own deal, because our economic development team is not out marketing this building. We're being brought a deal. We can vote it up. We can vote it down. We can ask for considerations. But we are not in the business at the moment with our economic development and asset team to start supplanting the Rail Yard Corporation's responsibility for finding people to occupy space in the rail yard. That may or may not help as an explanation, but that's how I understand it. We will have hearings on this, I promise you. Is there a motion to put this up for a notice of a public hearing? Or is there a question?
God, you guys are all chickens. Move to publish for hearing.
Is there a second? Can we call the roll?
You bet. Counselor Lindell.
I'll vote to move this forward to publish, but we have a lot to talk about with this.
Counselor Rivera. Yes. Counselor O'Mara-Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Vihil-Coppler.
Yes, and we have much more to talk about.
Counselor Villarreal.
Yes, for publishing of public hearing.
Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes, with the understanding of there will be a lot more conversation.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes, with the hope that we get great public input in this, because this is, as others have said, this is prime property. This is in the heart of Santa Fe, and we want to ensure that we're moving with the best interests. So.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. We have next an information update. Pauline, are you going to present this?
Yes. I'd like to invite up to the podium the members of our team, the former governor of the Pueblo of Tesuque, Rick Vigil, our artist, George Rivera, city colleagues, Sam Burnett from Planning, and also Lisa Roach from Historic Preservation. I'm very pleased to be here tonight to share with you the update on our public art project. This was brought to the council last year, and it was slated to be a donation. However, during that course of time, a private donor had withdrawn and there was a gap. And that's when the governor at the time, Rick Vigil, approached the city, specifically the Arts Commission, to ask to join in partnership for matching funds to complete this creation of a sculpture commissioned by the Pueblo to George Rivera. This is a wonderful sculpture commemorating the Pueblo Revolt and the runners from Tesuque Pueblo that will be in our plaza courtyard where the fish sculpture is. And it takes a whole team in which to do this so that we are able to do this with respect that it deserves. And also, once this is in place, it will provide great educational opportunities for us to share the stories of our history, our joint history together. And we're looking to have this completed once the weather warms up, hopefully spring, and definitely in 2 phases. One, the hardscape can happen first, but the landscaping with the planting will have to wait until we can plant plants where they will actually live.
Thank you. Questions of any of our guests tonight, or comments? Yes,
Just
Councilor Villarreal.
point of just a clarification, and thank you, former Governor and Vigil, and also former Governor Rivera, for joining us. And I know this is just an informational item, but maybe, Pauline, can you explain, because I already had put together, or we had put together a resolution to move this forward. Is this just so new members can understand what this is? Because I feel like we already had the resolution in place that reflects the new costs. And I think as well as the archaeological contract that was folded in as well. So can you just explain where my resolution is and how this is moving forward?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. This is definitely, I think it'll be our first public art project for the year 2020 in the new decade, and with 2 new councilors, it was just a really great opportunity to share about our program and also the collaboration and partnership that's happened with this team.
What's the timeline then?
We're looking to have the hardscape done when all the contracts have to happen first.
The resolution?
Pardon me?
The resolution on this? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, are you talking about the resolution that was passed previously?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it needed any amendments, because I thought the archaeological contract wasn't in there, but maybe I'm not remembering right.
Councilor Villarreal, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure on that question.
Okay.
And the resolution wouldn't have included a contract per se, but it may have mentioned one. Is that, or what?
I don't know. Well, I guess that was my question, because I know we had the new costs associated, but I keep this archaeological contract piece. I didn't know if that was needed in the new amount or if that's separate. Not separate, but it doesn't necessarily need to be part of the original resolution.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I'm not sure about the architectural or archaeological contract. It would not have been, a contract would not have been approved by the resolution.
Got it.
But it may have been mentioned or contemplated.
Okay. I'm just making sure we covered all our bases. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Villarreal.
Well, that brings to mind, if you look at the memo, the paragraph right above there are 3 contracts, yada, yada. So right above that, it says the Archaeological Review Committee recommended an expenditure of $25,000. So was that, did that need our approval, or did that go to the city manager? So wouldn't that answer the question?
All three of these contracts are well below the threshold. They could have all been approved by me, but given there were 3 and its significance, we wanted to bring it forward because all 3 together yielded a significant amount, but all three are individual contracts that could all be approved, that will all be officially signed off on by the city manager.
And so those were well within the procurement code and everything required?
Correct.
Okay. And those are they in effect now, or are they in the process of being?
I'm looking to Pauline, I believe they're in process. They have not been signed off on yet.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, yes, they will be in process.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all. We're looking forward to getting more updates. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate our governors coming out to see us. It's a great honor. Thank you. That takes us to item number 24. I want to put folks in the audience on notice that our meeting, which is scheduled to start at 7, will not start at 7. We're going to have a executive session. Well, maybe we could do our 7 o'clock session first. It'll be brief, but we have to see how long we have to go. Item number, it's a good reminder, Counselor. Item number 24 involves our friends at the county. Noel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. The County of Santa Fe is going through an extensive renovation of the old courthouse building located at 102 Grant Avenue, and they have 8 parking spaces directly in front of the building. So to help them with their construction, they requested that those spaces be fenced off so that they can have their trucks, construction trucks, materials, all the activity that goes on can go smoothly without impeding traffic flow on Grant Avenue. It's already a narrow street. So the parking division is requesting the governing board to approve this request where the county will be allowed to fence off the spaces at no cost to them, but in as an offset to it, the county is going to be rebuilding or renovating the existing islands, and or they're also known as, I believe, the streetscape at the location at no cost to the city. The cost for the 6-month request from January 2020 through June 30th roughly is we gather about $720 a month from the one pay station that we have for the 7 spaces out of 8. One is a disabled space. That is a free space. They don't pay for parking, which translates into about $4,200 for the 6 months. On the other hand, if we bag the meters, if that's the agreement that we had entered into like everyone else does, that cost would have come to about $5,400. So either way, it's off like by about $800 some or $900. The offset that they're going to provide to the city, the benefit, I think will cost way more than the loss in meter revenue that we would have collected for those 6 months. Either $5,000 if they were bagged or $4,200 that we normally collect as revenue for paid meters.
Okay.
So we are recommending approval of this.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. The question I have is, so each bagged space, I think that to bag a space is $30 a day?
Correct.
Okay. So the other question I have with this MOU is, I'm not sure when the start date was supposed to be, but these have been fenced off for some amount of time now. So whether we approve this or not, it's already happened.
The fact of the matter is, in end of November, the county did go ahead, the contractor did, not the county, install the fence blocking the spaces. We immediately contacted the county and requested them to take care of the situation, which is have the contractor move the fence back to the line of their property, which they did, exposing our base station that is installed there, and those spaces became open again. However, the usage was not there because most of the people that use those 8 spaces are going into the county building, but this building is now closed. And so this is how it ended up as part of that request to move the fence back, which they had.
My point is that this has already happened. That's my point.
So now they have actually, after this agreement, I think in good faith, they have moved it out because it was creating a hazard and an impediment to traffic flow with some of their construction trucks that were stopping there to unload, and so there were some issues that we were faced with.
I'll yield the floor.
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth.
So the fiscal impact of this is not in our packet, is that correct? I'm not seeing it.
My understanding is, since this is an MOA, we do not need a fiscal impact. That's only, I guess, reserved for resolutions, and I'll request the city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong.
Is that true?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, I think we do the fiscal impact reports for legislation.
And I guess I would have liked to have seen the fiscal impact and, you know, how much it's going to cost the county to fix the sidewalks that you talked about. I forgot what you call them. And then also what the revenue is that we're losing. I think those are just good points of information. And I would think on MOUs that we might want to know fiscal impacts. So I guess I'd also be curious in how we change that so that we get that information in the future.
As a backup, hip pocket information, I did prepare a FIR, but I don't have copies for each and every one of you. I just have one copy. But again, it was not intended to be part of this package because it's not required. However, if the council would like to see the FIR, it's right here.
Yeah, I think after the meeting, I'd be interested in seeing it. You know, I mean, some of this I think is, you know, being neighborly with our neighbors. And so, you know, but I think we ought to have some sense of what the fiscal impact is and what the cost of being neighborly is. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Lindell, back to you, and then we'll come to Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
So I'm just trying to be clear on this. It's $30 a day to bag a meter, and we've got 8 of them. So that's $240 a day, correct?
It's 7 meters because the disabled space doesn't count as a revenue generator.
Okay, I thought that our packet said 8.
It actually did, but I'm so sorry about that. Yeah.
How many days of the month do we run?
6 days a week. And
So it's 240, so is to say 25 days a month reasonable, or is that too many?
That would be reasonable, I think, yes.
Okay. So, so if we have $240 a day in this, and we have 25 days of the month, that's $6,000 a month times 6 months is actually not 5,000 something, that's $36,000, which isn't a small amount of money. So that's the point that I'd like to make, is that it's a push of $36,000, and it's already happened. So I'll yield the floor.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just one thing to point out for the council. The county has agreed to do certain improvements in exchange for this agreement by the city, which is improvements to 2 of the peninsulas on city-owned parking area. On Grant Avenue in front of the county building, I don't know if we've not assessed the value of that to make a comparison. The reason this is coming to the governing body is because intergovernmental agreements generally come to the governing body. It's not because of the value of the contract per se.
Thank you. Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
That's aside from what...
And a point of information, and this did not go through a committee, correct? This has come straight to us. So there's been no chance for us to evaluate this.
Mr. Mayor,
right
Councilor
now.
Romero Worth, because of the timing of the issue with the county, the recommendation was to bring it here sooner than later.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you've been very
Well,
patient.
Thank you. The reality of it is, though, that I don't know anybody who's going to want to park their car there when that building is practically being, not demolished, but, so it makes sense to fence it off, just for all kinds of rules and safety and such. However, I do believe it is really important to know what the fiscal impact is. And I frankly don't care if it's a FIR form and all that, but I know that in many submittals by departments, when we get information, the costs are mentioned in the body of the memo. And so when we do that, it gives the public transparency as well about how much this is going to cost, and they can weigh in on whether they think we're doing a good thing here or not. So that's always important, and I know we have a lot of formalities, but I think there's nothing wrong with, you have the information, put it in the memo. I know I've seen many memos, again, like that. My question is, looking back in front of the county building right now, all I see is a bunch of cement. And I really don't know what they can do in there for $36,000 because there's not really a lot of room to plant a tree. And if they do anything else that's going to spark the weeds, then, here we go again. So I'm not sure. Maybe they'll paint a mural. But I'm really not sure what space there is to do anything with except to present the city with a nicer looking building. Maybe that's worth it. I don't know.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
My question is there a reason why this came so late? I mean, it was not the new county building just didn't pop out of nowhere. I mean, we knew we were going to be renovating that county building. So why is this coming to us after the fact? Why didn't we work in conjunction, in collaboration with the county, knowing that they were going to be doing something to the space?
We anticipated some change would come, but we did not know when it was going to come. So the county, I think, was a little behind in notifying us with respect to the spaces. It was only when we notified them that those spaces would have to be paid for, that's when they started reacting. And this is why it's at the last second.
Okay, thank you.
It's really not, in the spirit of full disclosure, what happened was they started the work. What Councilor Vihil-Coppler said is right. It was a messy situation with the parking. County manager came to our city manager and me and said, we really have a problem. Can you help us out? And as Councilor Romero Worth said, it was a gesture of working with the county in a collaborative way. We only had, there was a hiatus, as you remember, in terms of our business as a governing body over the holidays, so this is how the sequence has evolved. It's part of government's slow free capacity to move things more quickly than it is anything more complicated than that. Yes, Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you. I have a question. If they're allowed, let's say we don't approve the MOA, but so people can park there, but if vehicles get damaged because there's construction right there and there's just a fence at the edge of their property, who's liable for that? Or could they bring a claim against the city because they're parked on a city parking area and their vehicles are getting damaged?
Typically in the industry, the contractor would be responsible for any damage. And so the contractor being the county's contractor, it'll be between the insurance company of the car owner and the contractor and the county.
But if they're parked in a city space, would we have to try to mitigate that somewhere? They'd call us first, I'm sure, and then we'd say, oh, you got to call the county and.
That is correct. That typically they would call us first, thinking it's our responsibility. But once we explain the whole process, and then they're amenable to it, and they go to the right authority for compensation.
Okay. And do you know, is the barrier just a chain link fence right now? Or
That is correct.
it's not a solid barrier, so things can fly through the fence and.
So what we have done now is that allowed the contractor in good faith, hoping that this MOA will be approved by the governing board, did go ahead not to stop their project and allow them to go ahead and fence at the tip of the marked spaces. So the spaces are completely blocked where public cars cannot go and park there. Their own contractors' vehicles and so forth, they do go inside that area on and off and park some of their heavy equipment.
But if we don't approve the MOA, then we're going to move the fence back so that they can park there and potentially have their vehicles damaged.
Either that, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor and Councilor. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Either that and or we'll have to charge them for bagging those 8 spaces.
Okay.
And they'll have to pay like any other contractor does.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Other questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can we call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Rivera? Councilor O'Meara Worth?
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler?
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the notion of being very explicit about FIRs is a good note that we should all take from this. Thank you. Item number 25. Involving an amendment to lease operating agreement at the Marty Sanchez Links de Santa Fe.
Mr. Mayor, governing body members, thank you for having us this evening.
Tell us what we're doing.
We have a request for approval of Amendment Number 1 to the lease operating agreement for the food and beverage service facility at Marty Sanchez Links de Santa Fe with Northern Ventures that are known as the Links Bar and Grill. It's a 1-year amendment.
This is an extension of 1 year to the existing agreement?
Mr. Mayor, governing body members, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do we have questions? I see a question.
I have a comment. I want to say that I am very pleased with what has been going on with the food service there, and I think they do a terrific job, especially when events are going on. And I'm very pleased to see this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been talking to staff all day about this, and I don't disagree that they're doing a good job, but I do have some issues with the process and would like to get some clarification on that. So as we discussed today, this was a very contentious issue in January, February of 2018. I think there were only 3 of us up here at that time that are still here. There was issues with the bids that were accepted. There were issues with or questions about the committee that was on that was making the selection. There were questions about whether we were getting fair value for the property. A bunch of questions about that, and this stretched over 2 council meetings. So January, the end of January, and then February 14th. And at February 14th, a motion was made, I believe by Councilor Maestas, that this should go back to RFP and then be brought back to the governing body. So when this came up today and I called I hadn't realized that it had gone through the RFP process again. So will you ensure us that that has happened?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes, a second RFP did take place. It was 18-22-P. There was a a selection committee, a different selection committee that made the decision to select our current vendor, the Links Bar and Grill. Once that decision was made, negotiations were discussed with the vendor and our Parks and Rec department, the MRC, and language or in the PSA that went under the RFP was made in order to work with the vendor. That was submitted to legal for review, and direction was given to reduce the term to a 2-year agreement, and with approval for the city manager to sign the original agreement that you see in your packet today. And I come to you today for the amendment, which is again a 1-year term, and per our legal department, it was requested to go in front of our governing body and with the mayor's signature for this amendment.
And Jen, who administratively made that decision to make it a 2-year term?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I believe this was our legal decision, and if I can request.
That's okay.
City
So
Attorney.
before, when this went to bid the first time, it was important enough to come before the governing body for some decision-making. Why didn't the second RFP come before this governing body to discuss the award, to discuss the lease agreement, to make sure that we were okay with the amounts that were in there and how much we were getting back?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, if I can defer the question to our city attorney.
I believe, Mr. Mayor, and I was not here when that initial conversation took place, but my understanding is the amendment's coming to the governing body because of the value of the agreement, and that probably the initial term did not, at least in the initial assessment, and I think there's a valuation. Concessionaires' agreements do not fall squarely into a particular hole. Let's just say that as an opening. As to whether they're a procurement, as to whether they're a property disposition, they're a mixture, right? So there's that creates a complex starting point. But my understanding is the amendment was recommended to go to governing body because of the value of the agreement exceeding $60,000, and therefore the initial agreement was probably assessed to be less than $60,000 in terms of value.
So when the first RFP process occurred, none of these numbers have changed or haven't changed significantly. So the first time this went through the RFP process, those numbers were low enough to be signed by the city manager themselves, but the decision was made to come before this body to allow us to weigh in, have some input, and make the decision or approve the decision that was being recommended. And that didn't occur on the second time around. And because this was so contentious, I don't understand why there wasn't more transparency in bringing it before the governing body and the public to discuss, to weigh in, and to have that final approval. So now the city manager, then Litzenberg, signed the initial agreement. Now we're looking at an amendment to something that we've never even discussed or approved. And that's what I have issue with. I'm not sure there's anything illegal that happened. It sounds like they followed what the council asked for, even though it did not come back to us. But there just seems something really, from a transparency standpoint, that is really wrong with this. It feels like we tried to sneak it through without having much input on it anymore, and I have a problem with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, Councilor Merriworth.
So is this the last year of this contract? It won't be coming back again for a renewal for another year?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, that is correct.
So before the end of this year, it'll have to go out to RFP again?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, yes, it can go out to RFP, or other lease options can be considered with governing body approval, with your approval.
So when you say other lease options, what do you mean? That you could come back and say, hey, we like this vendor a lot, we'd like to offer a contract again, and we'd have to approve that? Is that what you mean?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, Yes, that is correct.
And that's regardless of whether it's meets the authority that the city manager has for signing contracts. It would, if we don't go out to RFP, it'll still come here, even if it's below the threshold or above the threshold. I guess it would be below, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor O'Mara-Worth, I think it really would depend on what the terms of a proposed contract would be. Unless the governing body changes its rules as to what comes in front of it, we would follow the rules that we have now, which is if it's a contract of value of 60 or over, we would bring it to the governing body. Or, and for just, if we were to actually sell the property, then that would have to be an ordinance that would come to the governing body. So it would really depend on the terms of what the program wants to do with that space.
But to continue with the vendor we have now, is that a possibility, or are we required after the termination of this contract, the end of the year, to go back out for RFP?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor O'Mara-Worth, I think that is where I was going with my preface of whether or not a concessionaire agreement is a procurement or not is a important question to that analysis. If it is a procurement that is a value over 60,000, then yes, we would have to go to RFP, but it would really depend on the terms of that agreement and whether or not we're paying value in exchange for services, which is what procurement is, or in exchange for goods. Is a concessionaire agreement that is actually somewhat of a not answered question across the board.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
I do recall, I was not on the council at the time, but I do recall there was a lot of questions and suspicion regarding this contract some time ago. And now, I was paying attention to some of the questions there, and it appears to me, since being on the council now, we have changed many of our procedures internally here, where we don't get to see a whole bunch of stuff anymore. And so it doesn't surprise me that this has taken the turn. It seems a little different than what we're used to. But I think the bottom line here is that we need to ensure that people or our committees who review RFPs and make choices and look at criteria, that we need to do so with the utmost of fairness in mind, and that we be sure that we do that. And I think that was the whole thing here, is that it in the past, in those times, it didn't seem fair. And there was a lot of judgment to make on that. But now I believe, we have to trust our staff, but give direction that we won't tolerate favoritism. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Do we know if we rent a small piece of sidewalk to a restaurant here downtown, a surveyor comes out and it's leased for fair market value, do we know if we're leasing the Lynx restaurant area for fair market value?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, at this time I don't have that information, but I would be happy to get that information for you.
Ms. McSherry, isn't that not a requirement from the state?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, fair market value is required to satisfy the anti-donation clause. And so that's why with property agreements, there's various ways to satisfy that. One is by an appraisal. One is by an RFP. So RFPs can also be used in a non-procurement context with land in order to find out what the market would, what would satisfy the market for a piece of property. So if you're looking at it as a purely property matter, then an RFP can be an open process to evaluate proposals that's offered to everyone, and that's a way of evaluating what a fair market value is. Another way would be to get an appraisal first, and then you could do a private negotiation with someone without doing an RFP. That's also permitted when it is not procurement. That's why this gets somewhat complicated, unfortunately, and it really does depend. Are we asking these people to do a certain service as well as occupy the space? Then it's a combination of a property deal and a procurement. And so that's why we have to look at both sets of rules and figure out how to satisfy all of them.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I'm out there all the time. I play golf, I play in tournaments. I don't doubt they're doing a great job. I see them doing a great job. The process to me just seems we missed something on this one, and it looked like we were trying to avoid another issue like we had before, because it was the same two bidders that came forward, and this time a different vendor was accepted, and just no transparency in it, and that, again, that's what I have the hard time with.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Move for approval.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Yes. Councilor Romero Worth. Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes?
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beita.
Yes.
Councilor Castet Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Let's move along, and then we will actually do the suggestion of going to our evening agenda, and then we'll go to our executive session after we do the work of the evening agenda. But first, we start with matters from the city manager.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome to the new counselors. The only thing I wanted to mention tonight, as you'll see on the agenda, is our upcoming dates for our study sessions. These meetings are scheduled from 5 to 7 p.m. We are keeping them to a hard 2-hour window. January 14th, February 25th, and March 10th. This Tuesday, we're going to be discussing our legislative process and ways in which we can begin to build more efficiencies, begin to build a more effective process. Really interested in you all's feedback on, again, some examples from tonight, some examples from throughout the year of ways that either things are working well, we need to adjust. So that's the conversation we're going to have on Tuesday. And as we move forward through the rest of the months, we, of course, will set out the topics for those. Those are my only matters. Thank you.
Councilor Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we rethink February 25th? Only because that's a week we have Public Works, City Council, MPO, MIAB, and maybe I'm missing some other meetings. It's just not it's not conducive for those of us that have lots of meetings, or all of us actually would probably fall into any of those categories. And in general, just having work sessions on non-council day or non-council weeks, if possible.
Yeah.
I know that's going to be hard to maneuver, but
February
it would
is hard.
be better.
That's right. But we will take a second look. In general, there were like 1 or 2 days a month that were even an option. But we'll take a second look and see if we can make.
Especially the 25th, and then moving forward. Thank you.
Yep.
Matters from the city attorney. We're not quite ready to go into executive session, so if you have any other matters.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, just welcome to the new city councilors, and I look forward to working with you all again this year.
Matters from the city clerk before we go to our 7 o'clock session. Anything you need to let us know of?
And thank you.
How the governing body likes to communicate. Do you want to wait until we've heard from the public and then come back to our communications? That would be fair. So now we move to the 7 o'clock session. Folks are here who wish to speak in the petitions from the floor. The city clerk will keep the clock. We'll offer an opportunity for anyone who wishes to speak for 2 minutes to please approach the podium and speak for 2 minutes on whatever item you'd like to bring to the council's attention.
Hello, my name is Greg Mello. I'm the director of the Los Alamos Study Group. I lived in Santa Fe for 24 years, but now we live in Albuquerque. I am here because of the Midtown Campus project. We are very concerned that the city of Santa Fe could be harmed by the proposal by the National Nuclear Security Administration and Los Alamos National Laboratory to take a greater or a smaller role in that development. The expansion of LANL, which is underway right now, the dramatic expansion not seen since the beginning of the Cold War, is entirely for nuclear weapons, and especially for plutonium warhead production, a brand new mission for Los Alamos National Laboratory. The laboratory is full in terms of space, and Los Alamos County is quite full in terms of space. They have a housing study which advocated building 5,000 new housing units on a base of 9,000. They are seeking to externalize this problem to other communities, as well as deal with the problem of temporary labor force for construction and for training coming from South Carolina to come here and learn how to manufacture with plutonium, as if Los Alamos is very good at this. Nonetheless, they are expecting some thousands of people, including an additional 1,000 to 1,500 working on the production of warhead cores specifically over the next 5 years. The council, I'm sure, is aware that Los Alamos is nearly completely a nuclear weapons facility, and the fraction of that work that at LANL has increased dramatically over the last 20 years. Because of the pit production mission, Congress is not going to give Los Alamos any other missions. It's not an educational institution, it's not a community developer, and we feel it does not meet the criteria as master developer and will be a drag on other proposals as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council persons. I am a former teacher of the ethics of nuclear deterrence.
Can we get your name, please?
My name is Mybrit Eagle. I
Thank
live
you.
at 21 Cougar Ridge Road here in Santa Fe. Thank you. And I wanted to share two ideas that concern the bid of NNSA and LANL to the Midtown District with you. Stanley Milgram, in The Perils of Obedience, speaks of the banality of evil, as does Zimbardo in The Lucifer Effect. For the one, it's to be part of an assembly line, each member thinking himself unaccountable for the end product, for he only put in a screw, or in our case, occupied an office in Midtown District, whose end was the plutonium pit needed for a nuclear warhead. For the other, Zimbardo, evil is situational. As the soldiers were not accountable for the desecration at Abu Ghraib, council members tonight may not see the evil in the source of either development or revenue for Santa Fe. These two words also must pass through a moral filter. My understanding so far is that experts will be drawn in and the process will decide who wins the bid. But I urge this council to subject every bid to the closest of moral scrutinies. Else I fear I see Pontius Pilate washing his hands again.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, council people. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine, thank you.
I'm Cynthia Wheeler. I live in Santa Fe, and I'm speaking about the Midtown Campus project as well. On Sunday, Mayor Weber said that City Council will use what they've learned in public, what they've learned that the public wants in order to make a decision between the development proposals for the Midtown Campus. I don't understand how City Council could know what the public wants, because if the public has been asked or given an opportunity to inform the council, I'm totally unaware of it. And this is my point. Because the people of San Antonio will have to live with the urban sprawl, traffic, change of cultural goals, because they will have to live with the consequences of your decision, it should not be your decision alone. We have not been invited to the table as we should have been. Do not make this decision without getting the public's input. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Eagle. Mybrit's my wife. We both live at 21 Cougar Ridge, just off Old Santa Fe Trail. I'm a professor emeritus of operations research at the Naval Postgraduate School. I do numbers a lot. And I try to look at quantitative aspects of problems. But we don't have a whole lot of numbers here on this. And so I'm going to be forced to be a little bit non-numerical. It looks to me, from my knowledge of NNSA and Lanel, that they don't have this common sense, that they don't have the contractor, the master contractor experience necessary to hire the right kind of subs to do the mid-city urban development plan that we want to do. Have not seen their proposal. I did hear one very appealing proposal at Journey Santa Fe, but it just doesn't pass the common sense test for me. Second thing, which I can be a little bit more quantitative about, is the proposed project at Lanel is very challenging. Lanel has never had the responsibility to manufacture pits continuously at the 30 to 80 pit per year rate. They've never done it before. Lanel has never had to destroy excess pits coming from the Pantex plant in Texas at the rate that they have to do now. This combination of these two new tasks will create plutonium transport problems, issues between Pantex, Lanel, and the Savannah River site that we've never seen before. So I think we deserve a nationwide EIS on this. What the heck is going to happen? We just don't know. I was talking to Chris Chandler today, representative over at Los Alamos, and she says the bridge isn't going to happen and the extra road is not going to happen, which is just going to make Santa Fe's issues with this potential plutonium transport more severe.
Thank you.
So do an EIS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Stephanie Beninato. Just some comments on your comments on Sunday, Alan. You said you were against nuclear weapons. That means you should be against pit production, which is what's going to be happening at Lanel and is going to be the major thing that they do there. You also told a woman who felt unsafe despite your crime statistics that the city should hire more police. I was disappointed. I thought you should say that she should build community, and that by building community, we actually became safer. I thought that your touting of your team, your superstars, was really uncalled for and doesn't show much wisdom on your part. Because you have Regina Wheeler, who has screwed up virtually every project that she has had, including the most recent one where the project manager took it back without actually inspecting it before it was accepted, and the pool on Fort Marcy opened on Monday, and wasn't functional. For 7 out of 12 weeks in the last 3 months of 2019, fitness area was closed at Chavez due to Wheeler saying there was going to be construction, no construction. So not exactly a superstar. Carol Johnson, who you also called a superstar, has lied to the city council during the ADU meeting about permit process. She definitely lied to the public. She violated her own permit. Her husband did. Please don't shake your head, because she called one thing, Alan, and then she changed her mind. So we do know what lying is, and we do know that Miss Johnson and her husband violated their own permit, even though they were sworn to uphold the law. Short-term rentals, really strong ordinance, but you haven't done anything in the past 2 years. This year's excuse, after hiring a third-party contractor and still having 2 extra people,
Thank you.
is that ITT took
Thank you.
a year to look up
Thank you.
850 people.
Appreciate your
Should have
comments.
taken them about 16 hours.
Thank you very much.
Because I looked up 30.
I'm sorry, your time is over.
30
Thank you for your participation.
City Council, my name is Margaret Coolin. I live on 2800 Cerrillos Road in Santa Fe. And I'm here to, as strongly as possible, express my objection to any presence of Los Alamos National Lab operations in the Midtown. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop resources for Santa Feans. We have an expressed need for housing, workforce housing for Santa Fe nurses, doctors, policemen, and to invite Los Alamos to be a developer when their expressed need and purpose is to provide housing for up to 1,000 additional out-of-state, out-of-town nuclear weapons research and developers to come into our Midtown and to provide housing and schools for them rather than to provide workforce housing for the Santa Fe community, which is desperately needed. And I think that I have read many city council resolutions opposing, endorsing in any way Los Alamos National Lab activities. And to have a presence there, of course, endorses their activities, their mission, and nuclear weapons production, and that would be a violation of Santa Fe's mission, image, and stated desires for the Midtown project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor, councilors, sorry. I just would like to add that the city of, I'm sorry. My name is Virginia Miller. I'm from District 1. I would like to add that the city should not give the appearance of supporting the work at Lanel. The plutonium pit production proposed for Lanel is unnecessary and dangerous and illegal. The World Court some time back declared that nuclear weapons are illegal, and they called on all the nuclear nations to work to disarm nuclear weapons and get rid of them. So I would not like to see the city of Santa Fe support in any way, including having Lanel be part of the Midtown project, because it is illegal. And we need to take that seriously and do something about it. But you can help prevent them from being a part of our city project, which is supposed to be promoting social equity and sustainability and things that really matter to us and that are really important and that are not illegal. So, there's one thing I wanted to show you. And the other thing is, you have it in your power to help keep Santa Fe a really good, safe place to live. We talk about safety. There's nothing safe about nuclear weapons on the work that produces them. So please, keep Santa Fe a city of holy faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's William Bruce. I live out in Pecos. I lived in northern New Mexico for the last 45 years, I'd say. I lived in Santa Fe quite a while as well. I wanted to just remind us all that St. Francis Cathedral, you know, our patron saint of this city is Francis of Assisi, you know, a man dedicated to preservation of the natural world, and it would be a crime for us to have any relationship with a bomb-making weapons industry here in our city. I mean, it's immoral anywhere, but especially in the city, like they say, of holy faith. It's all of our duty to maintain that moral character, that integrity of St. Francis, our Pope. Pope Francis has spoken quite eloquently and strongly to abolish all nuclear weapons, and the whole idea of a nuclear deterrent is totally immoral. It's just anti-life, you know. I would like to see the city of Santa Fe become part of that global movement that's trying to abolish all nuclear weapons. And it's taking root in the United Nations and all over the world. Nobody wants these things, and it's up to us to stop it here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Francis Johnson, and for 3 or 4 years I worked up in Los Alamos counseling mainly scientists. And after I heard story after story after story about how scientists felt about it primarily, and were really afraid of getting cancer, because I believe they told me that Los Alamos has one of the highest cancer rates in America, but also about the harm that's been done to Mother Earth, and and it can't be changed. It's like and the Hopis call it a cold nuclear things, a gourd of ashes, and that if we invest money or time or things in that we will be ashes. And so it's funny, when you do something, you never know where it would go, but I talked to a counselor who was a counselor in Santa Fe at that time, Miguel Chavez, and I told him my concern, and we together kind of collaborated on the amendment that says we are the holy city of St. Francis. And whoever was the mayor at that time, he said, "I'll never sign that." And Miguel looked him in the eye and said, "I dare you not to." But it went, it was unanimous. So that we have a world that is really on the brink of ending with what Trump has done. And someone before me talks about the legality of things, and it seemed, and just as this will be very, very brief, we had something called the Nuremberg trials, which gave the positive side of that is it gave every person on the planet civil and human rights. And our corporations went to...
Thank you, sir.
If
you could wrap it up.
Yeah, I just want to wrap it up here. The important thing to remember is that in Nuremberg trials, due process of law is very important. So Trump has been murdering people around the globe, and he's above the law, but he's not. And so, and the Democrats should realize that give him the option of resigning or in 6 hours or
Thank you.
or go to jail.
Thank you, sir.
Because
Appreciate
that
it.
is a law in America.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That is the opportunity for petitions from the floor. Thank you all for speaking. I think we can do a few other things before we go to executive committee. First is to look at appointments. I have 2 sets of appointments to make. The first is to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board. The names of appointees are, and I'm sure I'm not going to get all of these correct, but I'll try my best. Summer Armijo Ratuno, Taya Martinez, Diego A. Montoya, Avi Pope, Cadence Gonzalez, Niveditha Bala, Miguel Gonzalez Moreno, Nolan Hall, Valerie Ramirez, and Sydney Manningham. Those are all people I would like to appoint to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board if there is a motion.
Move to appoint.
All in favor? There's a motion and there's a second.
Question,
Yes.
clarification. Just a small correction. Diego Montoya is now at Santa Fe High, not Milagro. He asked me to correct that.
Duly noted. We have the wrong school. With that correction, I'd still like to make the appointment. And we have a second and a motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We also have an appointment courtesy of Municipal Judge Virginia V. Hill to the Audit Committee, and that is Adolfo R. Montoya.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
There are no public hearings, but we should go back to the communications from the governing body and do those now before we go to executive session. There are a couple of things to be introduced, and other people may wish to say something. Councilor Garcia, anything from you?
Nothing. I just look forward to working with the other councilors. Thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity, and look forward to working with city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and all my new colleagues. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Councilor Vigil Koppler.
Yes, I would like to welcome the new city councilors and look forward to working with you as well. I also have a question about our potholes and maybe some research, or maybe somebody knows the answer right now. We have recently had a complaint and some complaints about potholes on state-owned city streets, and I noticed that referrals are made to the city's risk management for filing a claim, but I'm wondering, why are we, or is it protocol for us to engage in risk management for fixing cars or such on state-owned land?
No, it's just an offer I made.
Well,
he could. I was trying to explain to the gentleman in question that he had an option to go explore it. I didn't tell him he was entitled to it.
oh, okay, well, that was only one of them, but
That's the only one I know about.
But maybe if all of these potholes, accidents or whatever, repairs were referred to the state's risk management,
That would be
they would get an idea that perhaps they should do something about the potholes.
Yes.
So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. I am introducing a resolution naming Vistas Bonitas Subdivision Park as Dawson Park after Bill and Dusty Dawson. This park actually is in District 4, but on the border of District 3, and so when the family approached me, I said I would support it, thinking it was in District 3, but it's actually in District 4, so if a District 4 councilor would like to co-sponsor. It's a small park in a subdivision, and this is a family that has made a great contribution to Santa Fe over the years. Thank
Or you could attempt to name a park in his district.
Or have to run that by Councilor Rivera.
We'll have a quid. We will have what President Trump doesn't call a quid pro quo.
I would like to add as co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilor? I didn't mean to make light of your effort.
No, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Villarreal.
Just welcome to the new members and look forward to having a fierce 2020. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm very much looking forward to serving on this body and to serving with everybody here and working with the governing body and the city staff. And I guess I would like to co-sponsor the park naming in District 4, almost District 3.
Very good. Councilor Romero Worth.
Welcome to Councilor Garcia, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Look forward to working with you and excited to have us all sitting together finally. It seems like it's been a long time since you were elected to this moment, and it's very exciting. So congratulations and welcome. Also want to introduce an ordinance authorizing the exchange and sale of approximately 36.1 acres of land located at 4491 Sirius Road and approximately 12 acres of land located at 2680 Camino Entrada, lying and being situated between the city and county of Santa Fe, New Mexico, to the state of New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. I'd like to co-sponsor along with Councilor Romero Worth. And then just extend a whole bunch of thanks to everyone who participated on the New Year's Eve bash that we had on the plaza. It was a great time. And I was reminded as I was leaving, and city staff continued to stay there and began cleaning up, that long after we're done, they're there for hours and hours, probably making everything look the way it did before we started. So if you can extend my gratefulness, and probably from all of us, to all the crews that worked and made that event happen, as well as the Kiwanis and everybody else that participated. It was a very fun night. That includes La Fonda, everybody. There's a whole list of people, I'm sure. And then I wanted to thank our city clerk, Yolanda, for the swearing-in ceremony, the inauguration on January 1st. It was a little bit different, a little bit hard to get up and get to after being at the New Year's Eve event, but we managed to get through it. And I thank you for making it special, because most of the time the mayoral elections are a big to-do and everyone turns out and there's big parties, and you made that just as special this time around, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
And with that, sorry, goes thanks to the crews at the convention center as well, who were there on a holiday, and spoke to all of them, and they were all in a great mood. And I don't know what they did that night, but they were all up and ready to go.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. A big thank you to everyone that worked on that New Year's Eve celebration. It was sure a lot of fun. A warm welcome to our two new councilors. Looking forward to getting to work, and got a lot of things to do, and we're glad that you're here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I second all of those sentiments. It's very exciting to start the new year with new eyes and new talent and new experience and new members, so welcome aboard. Thank you for the beautiful decorations on the council desks tonight, a little extra touch, which is very graceful and appreciated. Councilor Rivera, you're absolutely right about the crews working so hard. They set it all up, and then after we got to go home, they took it all down. They were really quite extraordinary. The plaza was clean as can be by the next morning. There was no litter, no plastic bottles, no evidence of how much fun had been had the night before. It was a lovely inauguration. The spirit of young people in music and in dance was truly inspiring, and I know you worked hard to make that happen, Yolanda, so thank you very much for that. I have an ordinance that is being introduced dealing with our staggered application for business licenses and business registration, so we'll be moving forward through our committee structure going forward. With that, I think what we need to do, City Attorney, is to have you speak to us on matters involving executive session.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, I do recommend that we go into executive session on two items. One is disposition of property, in particular the Midtown property, and on a quarterly litigation update, including matters such as the City of Santa Fe v. Boggs, City of Santa Fe v. Purdue Pharmaceutical, and City of Albuquerque v. New Mexico Tax and Rev.
Councilor Rivera, do you have some words for us?
Sure, I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second? Yolanda, is that a roll call or a voice vote to move? Roll call? Can we call the roll on that?
Yes, we can. If I could just have Councilor Rivera add part H to that, H8 as well, so 7 and 8.
Subpart 7 and Subpart 8.
Yes, thank you.
Duly changed.
Councilor Vihel Coppler?
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Beita?
Yes.
Councilor Bassett Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion.
And I remind everybody, after our executive session, we still have to come back here to complete our business of coming out of the executive session. So we'll be back here after that. Thank you.
To take or to stay here?
probably wouldn't want to hear that anyway.
know how to make the magic motion? Oh, you do?
To get us out of executive?
Not anymore. All right. Meeting will come to order. Does somebody have a motion to make, an assertion that we didn't talk about anything we shouldn't have talked about?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we go back into regular session and state for the record that this body did not discuss anything that wasn't on the matters for executive session and that we took no action.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded.
Roll call. We have Counselor Villarreal.
We got a quorum.
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera. Counselor Mayor Weber.
What about
Forgot me.
Councilor Villarreal?
Yes.
Oh, I skipped you.
Come on.
Joanne Vihil Coppler votes
Counselor
yes.
Vihil Coppler. Okay. Motion is approved. You voted first.
No, I didn't.
Villarreal.
I didn't say anything. He said it.
Carol, you want to vote on?
Someone
whether or not
voted
we-
for me.
You're in.
Carol's voting yes.
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Worth, yes. Motion is approved.
Motion is approved. Meeting is adjourned.